Okay. Dang. Oh my goodness. Maybe it's because of the many. I'm gonna like exit out of one of the windows. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, so I feel like I don't know where it cut off. I think it might have cut off at the part where it was like okay, yes. So Lolua, you had asked like whether they're extracting her high ether aptitude. I was trying to kind of reference like Harumasa's experiments where they were taking his spinal fluid and then creating serums out of that to inject into other subjects. Or were they injecting? No, they were injecting stuff into his spinal fluid. Wait, my goodness. Great, I have to look this up now. Blah blah blah. Turns people into ethereals with his masters, saving him by leaving him with anxiety and a short lifespan. Blah blah blah. Men suffer not living past their mid-20s. To boost ether aptitude with the severe side effects, offering temporary superhuman abilities but risking corruption. Okay. Receiving injections from the experimental drug that saved him from turning ethereal at a critical moment but left him with lingering illness and anxiety. Okay. Okay. So, not what I was seeing. So, not what I was thinking. I think I remembered it wrong. I would say it's more of like okay. I think what I'm trying to get at is more of just like hold up. Now I need to know what causes someone to have high ether aptitude. Often linked to birth, species, or intense experiences, though a real illness causes both men's power and rapid physical decay. It's seen with Asaba Harumasa. How well somebody's body processes and utilizes this internal ether, while others gain it through trauma or unique circumstances. So I'm gonna say it was more like a study of her base innate structure. And the experiments had caused her to become sensitive to ether. So I would say, okay, think of it like this, right? Where you have high ether aptitude. They want to know how to get that from you. So what they'll do is they'll study you, they'll put you in specific environments, low, mid, high ether environments. But specifically focusing on when you're in a high ether environment, let's say hollow zero, and see how your body reacts. That constant exposure will make you extremely sensitive or possibly resistant. But this time it made her very, oh no, it didn't make her resistant, but very sensitive to the ether around her, and it supercharged her. Well, no, I wouldn't say the exposure supercharged her. See, this is really complicated. This is why we need this. This is why we need this. Her exposure, it's more of like that's what caused her to have high resistance and high sensitivity. But the supercharging of the electromagnetic field was from the poking and prodding that they did to try to see how far they could take her body. So let's put it at that. Put it at that. So Percy wasn't the only subject held captive. 150 subjects. All children smuggled from search and rescues. Organized by is it the HSO? I'm gonna say HSO for now. I will figure out which military squad oversees this. Search and rescue. Right now, that is not important. All children smuggled from search and rescue. I'm gonna put X instead. Organized by X. We're gonna highlight this so that I remember. And to test the performance of the experiments, they were forced to battle each other in the pit. Which was the ravine created by the explosions. So okay, Percy wasn't the only subject held captive. There were about 150 subjects, all children smuggled from search and rescues organized by X. And to test the performance of the experiments, they were forced to battle each other in the pit, which was the ravine created by the explosion. I'm going to say the 14 pillars. Explosions. Let's see. 14 pillars explosion. So let's kind of run it back. Wasn't the only subject held captive. There were about 150 subjects, all children, blah blah blah. I feel like I should. Pillars explosion. Let's see. Created by the 14 pillars explosion. Oh, guys, my brain is kind of running out of ideas. Battling in ether level environment along with the stakes of dying by the opposing battling in a high ether level environment along with the stakes of dying by your opponent created extreme levels of stress that would cause expectant chemical reactions to the brain to expand new ways to resist death, I would say. Along with the stakes of dying by your opponent, create extreme levels of stress that would cause expectant chemical reactions to the brain to expand new ways to resist death. And new ways to battle corruption. But the subjects never live long enough for an entertaining result, I guess. Never live long enough for an entertaining result. To better adapt and traverse the rough terrain of the destructed land. A genetic... Is it genetically modified? They added... would I say added in this sense? To better adapt and traverse the rough terrain of the destructed land, they what do you call it when they replace your like natural physical arm with a robotic one, or like with metal? Like, it's like, is that the transmutation? No, I don't think so. Hey, Pumpkin. Everyone say hi to my cat, Pumpkin. Well, Cookie. That's her first name, but I call her Pumpkin something else. If you looked at her right now, there's like absolutely no thought behind her eyes. Of To better adapt and traverse the rough terrain of the destructed land, they I they added pumpkin cookie. Yeah, pumpkin cookie. Cookie pumpkin. Sweetie, what do you want? There's no way you're balancing on that chair. Okay.
Here's what I found.
No, not you. I said sweetie. Oh, they replaced, they were robotic, they ah I would say they physically enhance. Added physical enhancements. Such as it's just replace. Oh, yeah, physical enhancements. Metal arms, robotic eyes. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna say genetically modified. Or unnatural. Enhancements. Their body. Percy's. Hmm. Do feet nails have feet nails is such a weird thing to say, but do they have like an actual term? Oh, it is toenail. Lava AO, why did my brain actually fart? I said feet nails, that's crazy. And so yes, the term for nails on the feet is toenail. Okay, toenail guys, toenails. My goodness. So I was trying to figure out the word for like Percy's like nails like on her feet, and I'm just like feet nails or like her toes or like her hind feet nails. I kept saying feet nails for some reason, and then I had to look it up, and they're like, yes, the term for feet nails is toenails, and it was I don't know why it took me that long for me to figure out that it's toenails. So Percy's toenails were replaced with refined porcelain. Alloy, I guess. Hello? Can you get away from my feet? Uh, her. I'm saying enhancements, and I'm about to say like her eyesight is poor. What else? Oh, or body strength, doubling in strength. Prowess. What were the actual enhancements that I ended up talking about? Do I know? Do I know? Right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. What were her enhancements? Oh my goodness, I don't say the enhancements here. What the heck? Is this? Oh, this is draft 1, that's the reason why. I said it in draft 2. Da 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 da. Lower body strength, sense of smell heightened, appetite grew large. Okay, so okay, heightened sense of smell. Her appetite grew large. Oh. Uh, yeah, let's say it grew twice her body weight. Uh, let me see. Ever were always drawbacks to positive. nearsighted? Is it nearsighted or short-sighted? I can't remember. Nearsighted. Okay, yeah, nearsighted. Are always drawbacks to positive. Oh. Always drawbacks to a positive. Her eyesight became nearsighted. And so constantly living and nausea. Constant about the sensitivity in which she could smell, giving her dizzy spells and nausea. I think that's a good drawback. Mind you, these are just key points, so we're gonna have to actually write the story, act like eventually. Okay, I'm gonna highlight this. And then during the fall of the blah blah blah. Okay, this is pretty. Blah 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 blah. Got caught up in an explosion. Fell into the ravine. Woke up. Right, so this is also being highlighted. She was soon discovered by survivors of the old capital, thinking that she was safe, happily followed them. Okay. She was a guinea pig to poke and product to create a serum to modify her body to have. Not her body. Testing experiments. Not to create a serum. I'm just gonna say, which caused her to have extreme sensitivity to ether instead and supercharged her bodies affected the ether environment around her. I'm gonna be super vague about the experiments that were taking part or that were occurring, so I'm just not sure. But I'm gonna highlight this. Percy wasn't the only subject of captive. They were about like okay, and then I'm gonna highlight this. Okay, I'm also going to highlight this. And then battling in high ether level experience along with the stakes of dying by your opponent. Okay. Entertaining results, better adapt and traverse through terrain. Okay, form to their body. Percy's notes were replaced with refined porcelain alloy. Her lower body doubling in strength and prowess. Her sense of smell heightened. Her appetite grew twice her body weight. However, there are always drawbacks to a positive. Her eyesight became nearsighted, and her nostrils were constantly overwhelmed with the sensitivity in which she could smell. Giving her dizzy spells and nausea. Okay. We're not too bad here. I think by the... Before we start making like a cohesive story. I think before that we should like make little notes where it's just like I should specify here, I should elaborate more here. So basically giving myself criticism. Okay. Give it nausea. Okay, what was I going with here though? Ugh. I should. I think I'm going to start those notes now. So, Percy's parents to be a prompt that Persephone didn't know about. Actually worked in research. So, okay. I think I'll make a note here where it would say new comment, insert, specify organization reference here. Ooh. Actually, just realized. It's a good thing I'm using my sister's account. But I kind of just doxed her. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hopefully she'll forgive me. Hopefully she'll forgive me. Let me change the name so that... Let me change the name so that she doesn't get mad at me. Guys, give me a sec. Oh, wait. Gotta make account changes. My goodness. Guys, I can't change the name. Dang. Sorry, Buki. Sorry, Buki. But that means I can't use the comments from now on. Just in respect for her. So I think I'm just gonna like write down the notes on... Yeah, I'm gonna write down the notes in respect for her. Because I told her that her name wouldn't be shown and then... Dang, I'm so sorry, Buki. I'm so sorry. I'll apologize, Trust. I'll apologize. Alright, let's continue on. So... Healers Academy... Is 100% consensual. Her sense of smell heightened. Her grasp. Okay. So we got to the point where it's the pit, right? Now I'm wondering. Now I'm wondering. Where do we go from here? Because it's like, I had planned it. Before I had planned it, where it's just like, okay. Maybe some way, somehow, the officers end up discovering this place. I don't know. But I want Percy to go on her villain arc. So this is a part where it starts getting super muddy. Uh Subjects were kept in twos in cells. Subjects were kept in twos in cells. Oh. Subjects were kept in twos in cells. Hmm. Subjects were kept in twos and cells. With little no sustenance. Little to no substance given. Sustenance. My goodness. Little to no sustenance given. Swing. Every cell was a microcosm of the survival fittest philosophy. That doesn't necessarily make sense. That doesn't necessarily make sense. I don't think there needs to be a reason. They were just kept in cells, little to no sustenance given. Aish. Guys, I'm kind of stuck here. I need help. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck. Subjects were kept in twos and cells, with little to no sustenance given. Giving her dizzy spells. Should I start talking about Percy's cellmate in this? Cellmate in cellmate. Was her first me know. First and best. Those are first and best. Amongst the children. Was their first and best friend amongst the children. Was the apprentice a mechanical engineer? The disaster. Before the disaster. Guys, my Wi-Fi is dangerously low. Like, dangerously low. Oh, I love rural. Okay. Amongst the children who was the apprentice of a mechanical engineer before the disaster. Oh. She befriended her after sewing up her tattered clothes. Remains of her tattered clothes. Yes, pumpkin. She befriended her means we're tattered clothes. Narrowly one. Oh, after sewing up the remains of her tattered clothes from a battle they had narrowly won. Could you help me out? Over tentacles from a battle they had narrowly won. I feel like I'm repeating the last sentence every time just to get a new sentence out. But it's like my brain is kind of fogging. We just talk, but we never agree. You know what I need? I need cantaloupe. I need cantaloupe. Yes. And every time you see it's just another for the night. When you look in my eyes, do you think it'd be so lovely, darling, if we parted? I don't wanna stay. Don't be so disappointed, it's just boring. Go your separate ways. Found someone else to bury yourself in. I swear you'll be okay. Just leave me broken heartless, take that part of me. Hey, when you done and you dance around, is it me that you're wanting to see? Someone, is he more than I ever believed? When you look in my eyes, do you think da-dum, da-dum, it'd be so lovely, darling, if we parted? I don't wanna stay. Don't be so disappointed, it's just boring. Go your separate ways. Find someone else to bury yourself in. I swear you'll be okay. Just leave me broken. Take that part of me. Of her tentacles from the bottle, they had nearly won. On me. Take that part of me. Won't you take that part of me? Lovely, if we, I don't wanna stay. Don't be so disappointed, it's just boring. Separate ways, it'd be so lovely if we parted. I don't wanna stay. Go your separate ways, go your separate ways. And I swear you'll be okay. Just leave me broken hearted, take that part of me. Do 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 do. Take that part of me. Exchanging. Exchanging her knowledge, she attained her from her time as an apprentice as thanks. She attained from her time as an apprentice as thanks. Yes. Yes, this is 100%. Okay, let me start. Maybe if I read a little further before, then I'll start to be able to get another sentence out. So far, we're like only 2 pages in. It didn't even take me this long for my 3-page essay, please. So, battling in a high ether level environment along with the stakes of dying by your opponent created extreme levels of stress that would cause expectant chemical reactions to the brain to expand new ways to resist death and new ways to battle corruption, but the subjects never lived long enough to entertain for an entertaining result. To better adapt and traverse the rough terrain of the destructed land, they genetically modified them to form unnatural physical enhancements to their body. Percy's toenails were replaced with refined porcelain alloy, her lower body doubling in strength and prowess. Her sense of smell heightened, and her appetite grew twice her body weight. However, there were always drawbacks to the positive. Her eyesight became nearsighted, and her nostrils were constantly overwhelmed by the sensitivity in which she could smell, giving her dizzy spells and nausea. Subjects were kept in twos and cells with little to no sustenance given. Percy's cellmate was her first and best friend amongst the children, who was the apprentice. Amongst the children. That's a run-on sentence. Her cellmate was the apprentice of a mechanical engineer before the disaster. She befriended her after sewing up the remains of her tattered clothes from a battle they had narrowly won. Exchanging her knowledge, she attained exchanging her knowledge she attained from her time as, I'm gonna say there. Not doing to you. It's a memory that will hold me for you. They attained from their time. Oh, apprentice as thanks. Oh, it's still You need somebody to hold. Where the hell did I go? Guys, I ran out of water. Can you believe that? They attained from their time as an apprentice as thanks. Right. I might come back to this and refine this particular bullet point, but I'm not sure how to do that yet, so we're just going to continue on. Percy informs her cellmate that her bamboo was somewhere within the ravine. Somewhere within the ravine. And if found and fixed, could get them out of here. The problem was that they had no way of freely exploring. Yeah, no way of freely exploring. Without supervision. Without supervision. Actually, no. Go back on that. Oh. Things. I think this is the part where things start getting very muddy. Where I'm not too sure how I want this to go, because this is the turning point. This is the turning point for Percy and why she ends up doing what she does. I don't know what it is yet. So what I'm thinking, right? What I'm thinking in my head is they find the bamboo. They end up smuggling it back with them. Okay. They end up smuggling the bamboo back to the base. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? I feeling that you know. Got this magic in my bones. So they bring the bamboo back, fix it in secret. There needed to be a distraction in order for them to escape. My patience is waning. Is this entertaining? I got this feeling, yeah, you know, it's in air control. Is this magic in my bones? So there has to be a distraction in order for Percy and her cellmate to escape. Ooh! I got it. Guys, I got it. Guys, I thought of it. I thought of it. I got it. So, by the grace of luck, right? The next time that they go out, like to battle, uh, Percy actually sees the bamboo, like her bamboo. Mine, there goes my mind. Is this magic and goes my mind? Oh my, there goes my mind. Okay. Sees the bamboo, smuggles it in, comes back with it. They start fixing it in secret. And they start collaborating with the uh other children in the facility, right? Saying, "Hey, when we get out, we're going to alert the authorities." And I'm going to explain how they know that there's authorities outside of the facility um to call. Um because there was like I'm going to have it like one day there was like an inspection. One of the children was like present or like eavesdropping, and then it was relayed back to all the other children. So they know that there's help out there willing to like save them. And then what else? Yes. So they were just like, okay, if we escape, we're going to alert the local authorities, and then they're going to come back, and then they're going to save the rest of the children so that we can all get out. Right. You guys are going to meet with me after. But what ends up happening is the local authorities, yes, they do, go over there and they find out what's going on. But what happened there was so horribly bad, but so advanced in research that they decided to steal all that research, kill everyone there, and cover up the whole thing as if it never happened. This caused Percy to be enraged. And after her friend died in the hospital from ether corruption, from like later ether corruption, she sought revenge on the new Eridu leaders. On Tops specifically. She sought revenge on Tops. vowing to take them down with her. No, 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 no. The way that you see me cry. Okay, guys, I got it. I freaking got it! Yes! Okay, so miraculously. I'm gonna call it a performance test. A bit of a random question, but what kind of genre authors stand out to you, which you would recommend? Ooh, I just got a book. I just got a book. So this one is like a dark romance fantasy, and not dark in the way of, oh, he kidnaps her and then she falls in love with her kidnapper. Like, that's actually crazy. Like, no, like that's insane. This one's more of just like a enemies to lovers. I think that's more of a fitting trope. It's like an enemies to lovers one, but it's actually lovable. So this particular book is from an author, Riley S. Quinn. I'm going to write down right here, Riley S. Quinn. And the book that she just put out, November 8th, Gold and Gossamer. Yeah, it's absolutely overrated. So, Gold and Gossamer, absolute fire, okay? Absolute fire. I have the book myself. I had bought it 3 days ago, and I'm like on the last like 3 chapters. You're gonna love this book, okay? When I tell you, you're gonna love this book, there's not like overly sexual scenes either, which I really like. It's just like at that point, it's just kind of porn to me. If it's like sex scenes after sex scenes after sex scenes, like it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy if it's like that. I'm just like, ooh. But this one, it's not overtly sexual, and I really, really like that. The tension is great. The characters are even better. Like, you'll have that one character who's just like, yes, and then you have another character who's just like, finally, they clocked the T. Like, it has lovable characters, expanding lore, and great world building. Um, Lots and lots of character growth, and a beautiful love story. Like, the relationships between all the characters are just absolutely amazing. I've actually laughed at this book like multiple times, and it takes it takes a little minute for me to laugh at a book, especially if it's in like a really intricate romance setting. A lot of times I wouldn't find the humor funny, but the humor in this book is really stinking funny. So you'll really like it. I hope this recommendation ends up being a gold mine for you, because I love Riley S. Quinn for this. I love her for this. So read Golden Gossamer, please. Please read Golden Gossamer. It's on Amazon. It's for how much was it? The Kindle version, I believe, is like $10. The physical copy is 30, and that's with shipping and everything. I got a friend that's obsessed with Vampire Diaries. Me personally, I hate how the show kind of gets two characters to keep changing their views quickly. Haven't read the book personally, but yeah. Yes, Vampire Diaries. I haven't read the book personally, but I have watched the show multiple times. And yeah, like, the constant switching up is actually crazy. Like, it's actually crazy. I'm just like, oh, didn't you just say that you were standing on business and suddenly you're not standing on business? Kind of crazy. Kind of insane. But yeah, this one, they don't switch up. They stand on business. Trust. Sometimes you just like, they stand a little too much on business. By the time you're just like, yes, yes, finally, Buki, let's go. So I think you really like you. Yo, get Stefan change it. No, for real. Stefan change up too fast for me. The way he's constantly like, ugh, I'm too dangerous. Oh, I'm the Ripper. Like, I'm just too dangerous for Elena. And then literally the next second, the moment that Damon even breathes around Elena, he's just like, you're not better than me, okay? Damon, Damon is a literal demon. Remember what he did to you? Like, I'm so much more innocent. Like, I can do so much better. I'm just like, okay, okay, kind of crazy, kind of crazy. The Damon changing fast. Damon, it was just like, I feel like he stayed a lot more consistent compared to other characters. He really did try to change as much as he could for Elena, but it was just like he kept going back to old habits that is just like it kind of clashed with him trying to change for her and her loving who he is even without the change. So it kind of like reversed everything in a sense. The show got too cringe at some point when I was watching Legacies. I was like, what the heck am I watching at this point? Everyone hates Legacies. Like, I mean, hates Legacies. I haven't watched it personally because I thought it was like goofy as hell. I'm just like, child. Anyways, well, guess it's for the teens, I guess, but yeah, teens can enjoy that. The real ones know where it's at. It's the originals and Vampire Diaries. The originals pissed me off. The originals kept pissing me off. Like, actually. It was too many times I'm just like, guys, we can... guys, like, can we switch up the mood? Like, what? At least once. Can we switch up the mood? Okay, can Elijah not keep making promises that he ends up narrowly not keeping? Who else? Can Rebecca please skip town? Like, just skip town and get out. Like, I'm begging them to skip town. Rebecca was constantly not standing on business, and she was pissing me off. Like, I was gonna choke her. Ugh. And then you have... Dang, like, he's constantly always, like, his name is constantly always being brought up. It's not Elijah, it's not Rebecca. It's, dang. What's his name? You're just like... Oh... Dang, I forgot his name. That's kind of crazy. The brother that keeps killing everybody, that keeps stabbing everybody left and right. Like, he just won't put the knife down. It's like, dang, go read a book or something, please. I'm more into like thrillers and action, not really horror or like romance. I cringe heavily when I can tell romance is forced, but yeah, I do like my thrillers now and again. I also like thrillers. I like really good psychological horror, like because it's like oh, it really gets you thinking. The only problem that I have with psychological horror nowadays is they're too predictable, like way too predictable. It would be at times where I'm just like, from the moment the movie starts, I know the whole plot. And at that point, I'm just watching every thought in my head just come to life, and I'm just like, yeah, I wrote the script. It's too predictable, and the patterns are like they're kind of obvious. Some big brain stuff. Yes and no at the same time, because just like they're using the same formulas over and over again, so it's like it's the same pattern just in a different font. So it's like you kind of just get the whole plot from just like a few scenes, like maybe 30 minutes in, you're just like, yeah, that's the whole movie. So that's the only gripe that I have with psychological horror. But I love the genre in general because it really gets you thinking and gets you motivated. And I do also agree with that romance can be very cringy, but the right romance is like so heartwarming. It's like it literally melts your heart away. I would say a romance story that I recently was just like, oh yeah, like this is gonna hit. Dang, what was it called? Oh yes, it was. It's a K drama and it's called Mr. Plankton. Like that one makes me cry, and every time I mention it, I almost cry. I know it's hard for authors to find that sweet spot because if they shift the story too much, I've seen a lot of shows, books that flop over that. Yes, which is exactly why. Because the thing is, when I'm reading romance stories, I'm very critical about them. So when I was reading Golden Gossamer and I was watching how the romance was unfolding, I really appreciated the fact that it didn't feel so rushed and it didn't feel forced at all. Every event that led up to them getting together felt natural. It was just like it was inevitable. It was 100% going to happen anyways. And at the point in which they do confess to each other, it also was natural as well. It didn't feel like, oh, they're just saying it to say it, or this is like a really inconvenient time. It was more like the pressure was getting to a point where it's just like, Buki, you gotta be with me or you gotta leave me. Like at this point, because I can't leave you in good conscience. Like I can't leave you. I don't have the strength to leave you, basically. Like so, it's either you love me or you leave me, because I don't know what to do. So I really 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 like that one. Like they really did try to stay friends. They genuinely did. And they were excellent at that. They were absolutely excellent at that. Almost at a point where I almost mistook it for a slow burn, but it all paid off. I would just say it all paid off. Secretly, Percy Smuggles. Then back to the base. Like currently, right now, I'm not writing a love story, but I am writing a revenge story turned redemption. So I'm jotting down like pretty much all the old events that led up to it. Been recently trying to get back into writing. Was surprised to see something like this on my recommended. I'm glad I found this live stream. I'm glad. I'm glad. You're right. There aren't a lot of live streams where it's like literally me typing up a whole story. I'm like trying to get the the events that I see in my head like down onto the document, but I'm also trying to make it like a timeline to where everything leads up to the present. So currently, what I got is her parents are like secret researchers. She doesn't know that. Her parents signed her up for an academy that every student goes under like ether experiments, um, which is like a super enhancement. Um, Percy didn't know that her parents knew that they were going to experiment on the students. So when she was literally told like, "Hey, this is your first trial," she 100% took it up because it's actually a little bit harder to explain now that I think about it. I'm trying because that's the thing. I'm a big yapper, so I'm trying to like summarize it without giving you an absolute headache. uh, but pretty much she gets experimented on. She's like, yeah, this is 100% okay. Then an explosion, a huge explosion happens. She gets caught up in it. This is interesting. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. At least it's interesting. Thank you. Explosion happens. She gets caught up in it. She survives it, but she's unable to really breathe in the toxic environment. She gets kidnapped by these researchers who continue to modify her body. So she ends up getting all these enhancements, but also super drawbacks. And then she is forced to fight the other subjects as well, because these are like these performance tests where after every experiment or after like a certain amount of experiments, they have to test how well it will work. What if she loses her memory? That will actually affect. Is that a good idea? Sorry for trying to add to. It is a good idea for like even more dramatics. It would. The only problem is that it would kind of erase all her motivations to try to take down the government. Because if she doesn't remember what happened to her, she doesn't have any motivation to try to essentially become a terrorist, I guess. So I think it would have been a really good idea if I was going for like a different like end goal. But pretty much I'm at the point where I'm writing how they escape the hollow. So like a hollow is like a big bubble of like toxic matter and toxic creatures. So she's trying to figure out a way to escape that pretty much. And also escape the base within it. What if she eventually remembers and she could go in some rebuilding arc? I don't know. I think that would. It depends on when she remembers. Because if it's like a little bit early on, and it's like each memory is coming back, then it's just like maybe she might end up rebuilding instead of trying to destroy. Thinking about Tokyo Ghoul too much. Oh, sorry. No, you're good. You're good. I'm also a fan of Tokyo Ghoul. Haven't. I think after season 2, I was just like, guys, where's the plot? But damn, what was I talking about? But if she remembers too late, it's more of like it's gonna be like a really bad psychotic break, I would say. Like I'm just imagining her just going to the grocery store, and then it all just comes rushing back to her by just bumping into someone, and then she like she like has a seizure right there in the grocery store. Like I feel like that's how it'll end up, and then she'll end up like a vegetable. That's that's how bad like the events are happening that I'm writing right now. So she actually has like a cellmate where Persephone, like the character that I'm writing about, Persephone and her cellmate, who is a mechanical engineer, are trying to rebuild this mechanical structure that's able to guide them out of the hollow. I'm also getting like Resident Evil kind of vibes because experimenting in the Umbrella Crop from Resident Evil, 100%. Like Zenless Zone Zero, while they don't have the zombie aspect to it, I would say Ethereals come very, very close to it. Um, and lots of secret organizations and experiments happen, like tons. So much. Every time a new patch comes out, it's like it's a new experiment, I swear. So it's like, oh, yeah. I wouldn't blame you if you got Resident Evil vibes, because sometimes I also get that as well. And I promise you can fall in love again. Oh. is this a show I would watch? I would watch it. This looks very interesting, low-key inspiring me on my journey back to writing, and it's just for newbie like me. This is actually a video game that is completely free that you could play. The character that I'm writing about is based off of that world. So I'm writing a character. I'm writing this pretty much OC as if they were implemented into the game, and I'm building their lore based off of the very vague and little lore that they give us from the game. So, actually want to work for the development team that made ZZZ Zero. So that's why I'm taking on this big project of pretty much making all the concepts and designs for the character and like the certain scenes and everything in order for me to get hired by them. Respect, I know it can be hard going off little lore. Yes. Yes, it can. Cause just like, what is acceptable? What isn't acceptable? Am I breaking the laws of the world? Or am I building upon it and creating more intricacies? I literally never know. That's the nice fun of teetering on the precipice of losing your mind. Currently, what Percy is doing, well, Percy is like short for Persephone. What Percy is doing is she's smuggling back this mechanical being called a Bangbu, which were designed to navigate the hollows, like navigate the toxic environments by taking in the data from the matter around it and like creating a pathway out of the hollow. The only thing is her Bangbu is broken, so that's the reason why she has an mechanical engineer cellmate who's able to fix the Bangbu, and then they're able to escape to look for local authorities. And then those local authorities were supposed to go back and save the rest of the children, but what they discovered was so bad that they ended up what they discovered was so bad and the research was so advanced that they ended up stealing all that research and then covering up the entire thing as if it never happened, which is what prompted Percy to take action and slowly but surely unravel the government. Like the government's elites, and kill them all one by one, pretty much. So yeah, the reason why I wanted it to be a revenge turn redemption is she hasn't fully executed her plan yet, but the time that the main character in the game meets her, she's like one step away from executing the plan. I'm into these types of stories. Yes! So she's like 1 second away from executing the plan. The MC ends up finding out about everything that was going on and convinces Percy to take a different route, because MC themselves are already in the midst of breaking down the government walls and eradicating the corruption within it. So it's just like, instead of you taking that destructive route, you could come with me and redeem yourself and kind of like move forward, but in a different way, where you're able to achieve your goals but not die or regret it in the end, pretty much, where no one has to be in the aftermath of your plans. So that's where I want it to end up. That's how she's gonna be incorporated into the game. That'll be like the present part. I just need her story to be believable enough to where the viewers empathize with her and want to root for her and pull for her. So yes, this is very hard for lore. Luckily, I do have got to be the hero. You know it's enough. Luckily, your girl has the concept designs already for the character. So I know what she looks like. I know her abilities. I just need the little lore. I'm actually gonna let me show you what she looks like actually. I've got to believe that there's a need for my whole existence. Picture you planet in this harmony. Yeah. Jump into the night, cause I can smell the trouble. Don't you miss the fight, just get there on the double. Gotta make a difference, moving with a purpose. Feeling my inertia, inertia, inertia. Stubbornly, I will believe, I will believe. Ooh, sorry. I meant to. Is it my turn to be the hero? 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. 'Cause I got to be the hero. All my life they said that I was strange, but I knew that I could be the change. I still ain't done enough, not even close. I've been playing some Where Winds Meet. Not sure how similar it is to Zenless, but I would say it could be comparable to Genshin a bit. I actually haven't played Where Winds Meet. I thought it was a show. I guess because I didn't do much research on Where Winds Meet, but I've been hearing a lot about it, and I've been hearing some really good stuff about it. But it could be comparable to Genshin, and like the world building aspect or the lore aspect. Got to be the hero. So this is the character that I'm currently writing about. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't. So I wanted her look to be of a seamstress, but like have like a little punk to it. So from like a up close. So these like her modified toenails, that are made out of like these etheric metal that they call porcelain. And then I wanted the cuffs, the metal cuffs and collar that she had when she was a slave in the like experimental thingy bajingy. I wanted her to keep it. Yeah, I did draw it. And then thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I'm an artist first and a writer second. And I'm gonna put heavy on second. So I was trying to emulate like this Zenless on Zero art style. And pretty much I'm not completely done with it. As you can see, I have a whole to-do list of like what I need to do left. But pretty much this is what I got so far. So, whew, your girl is trying. I'm trying very, very hard. She's went through so many different phases, I would say. Let's see. Like the amount of these are like all the different sorry. These are all the different phases she's gone through. The different designs that I put her through from and it's in chronological order as well. So you have serious problems, I want you to know that. My cat has serious problems. So starting from like a street like urban vibe all the way to a more prim and proper seamstress turned rogue, I would say. But yeah, I'm very happy with what I ended up with, and I'm also very happy with the progression that I, went through. I do have like my favorites. Obviously, it's the end result because I mean it's fire. I also like the long version of it. The only reason why I didn't go with the long version is because it kind of like would have clashed with the tail, and I wouldn't really know how to incorporate both of them in the splash art. And I don't like two huge things in the back. So, except for that dump truck. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So, and then this one I really, really liked because it had like that slick and chic type of feel to it. The only problem is that it wasn't really going for the personality of like the character that I was trying to portray. So I was just like, dang. Ah, another life, another life. And then this one I kind of landed on for like quite a while. Um, but I would say these two more like these two I landed on for quite a while. Um, because it had the length of everything where I wanted it, but there was just something missing. You know, it didn't really feel like a proper Zenless Zone Zero design. So I kind of like was like, dang, I gotta expand more. And she didn't look like a seamstress. So I was like, yeah, I gotta expand more, I gotta expand more. And this one was the first one. She most definitely didn't look like a seamstress then. I was just like, there's no way you could tell. And at the time, that was the point. Like, you couldn't really tell she was a seamstress. She looked more like a gang member or someone who was like rough around the edges or in the wrong crowd, because of her like resting, her resting face. Um, so, but I was just like, I can take this further though. Like, it doesn't have to be surface level. I can really take this further. So I actually wanted her to look like her occupation, but I wanted her face to be kind of contradicting to her own personality. So I gave her very sharp features, which you could more see. Oh, this is her weapon, by the way. I'm so proud. You don't understand how proud I am of this one. I made her weapon. It has all these scientific functions about it, and I don't want to get into it, but just know that it works like a tuning fork, but also like a a needle that reacts to the electromagnetic force field of its environment and Percy's. And like the tuning forks, when ding, they create like a sound wave that can pinpoint like a concentrated pressure to form wormholes. That was such like a generic way of me explaining. But I promise you, like, it goes a lot deeper and further into it. And what else? Oh yes, this is what I was trying to get to. So yeah, I gave her like very striking features where she would look really scary if like she relaxed her face. So I'm glad I was able to portray it. But yes, I am super super proud. I am super super proud. Whew. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. 住んでるあら住んでる But yes, Percy, I've I've done lots of drawing and sketches. Lots and lots. Lots and lots. But overall, it's her backstory that has always proven a major challenge because I had to kind of like face all like the weird nuances within the lore of the game. And it's kind of really hard for me to make something concrete when everything's kind of like hanging by a thread. Uh, but I'm glad her. Whew, I'm glad her backstory interests you guys. I'm trying to make it as interesting as possible. Suddenly Congratulations, I'm losing my mind inside. Life is casually soaking up my dopamine, but I can't breathe. I can feel like I'm out of my twisted imagination. Lady, I think I'd rather stay here. And I'd rather stay here. I would say just Percy hides mother's the help of her cellmate. Life is casually not my dopamine, but I can't breathe. I can feel like I'm out of my twisted imagination. Just barely functioning. Smuggles the bamboo back to the base, and with the help of her cellmate, revives, revitalizes, revive, revid. With the help of her cellmate, repairs. My goodness. Repairs the bamboo. Slowly but surely. I think now I'm going to be like, one day, one of the children, oh, one day one of the children, what were they doing? How were they able to exchange information? Notice if we don't look. One day, one of the children came back from their test and relayed that they overheard the adults talking to an officer who seemed to want to help. Do I know any sites which are like webtoon but exclusively for reading that would be fire if it hasn't been made? Exclusively for reading? Wouldn't that kind of be like Kindle though? Or like, what exactly are you asking me? Like, what exactly are you asking me? I would say like if you're looking for best-selling authors, maybe Kindle. But if you're looking for like, you know, up-and-coming writers, I mean, you have your trifecta. You have Tumblr, actually. You got some pretty good fanfic writers over there. Or original writers over there. You have Tumblr, you have AO3, or Archive of Our Own. feel like that's how you spell it. Goodbye yesterday. Tumblr AO3. Wattpad is okay. They do kind of make you pay coins, depending on the book. But they still have some good selections. You got in my ways, praise the Lord, I've been born again. Yeah, I think that's the trifecta. Wattpad, AO3, Tumblr. Dang, I feel like I'm missing one. I feel like I'm missing one. Again and again and again, you rescued me. Those three, like, I for sure know that they got some good books there. You just gotta scour through the trash. But Tumblr always has like super rare, not super rare, really good gems there. So I would recommend Tumblr a lot more than Archive of Our Own or Wattpad. In my veins, praise the Lord, I've been born again. You also have book recommendations on TikTok, which is called Book Talk. Pretty much you would just say Book Talk in the search bar, and then you got like a whole bunch of people just promoting and giving you recommendations for the next romance or the next fantasy or the next thriller book. This would be on TikTok. I have decided to follow Jesus. The world behind, the cross before. I have decided to follow Jesus. I'm gonna leave the world behind. And now I have decided to follow Jesus. Yeah, I think these are good recommendations. I would say, was it Book Talk that led me to Golden Gossamer? I think I mean, she was an animator first to me before she was an author. So she was animating all of like her concepts and stories, particularly Golden Gossamer, and she was just building upon that as she was writing the story, and she got people hooked, including me. The animations that she makes are absolutely gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm just like, wow. But yeah, I would say those four. But particularly, I feel like you should give Tumblr a try. I think there was another one. But I think if you look up on Google and be like, books to read, I can't even say if books to read is like the proper thing to say or proper thing to search for. But I would say like websites with like free books, I guess, no pay. I mean, if you scroll through Reddit, there should be a subreddit somewhere where it's just like, oh, these are like the best websites for this. So I think maybe search up subreddit first and then maybe go to Tumblr next. You are the best for me, Lord. Overheard they was talking to an officer who seemed to inquire what was happening. What was going on? The adults seemed apprehensive, which led the child contact them somehow, then maybe they can all be saved. Well, the other yeah, MEOBBB. Whoa, MEOBBBODY. My goodness, a body, 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 yeah, a body, body. It's a stick up. Uh, uh, uh. Seemed apprehensive, which led the child to believe that if they contact them somehow, that maybe they can all be saved. Percy and her cellmate. I can't say cellmate, I think friend. All of you. You, Percy and her friend. Decided then that when they make it out, all of you will contact the outside authorities to help the rest of the kids escape. All the girl and girls. Da, 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 da. They collaborated with the rest of the children. They collaborated with the rest of the children there to plan a strategic distraction to help them get out, to execute the plan. Hey, act like an angel, just like what? Act like an angel. Hey, hey, hey. Help them get out to execute the plan. Girling, girling, all the girls are girling, girling. All the girling girls. All the girls are girling, girling. To plan a strategic distraction to help them get out to execute the plan. The day finally arrived. For the plan to be executed. Crazy, 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 crazy. Act like an angel. What? What they fix? They'll make it up. All the girls and girls. What? In contact, blah, 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 blah. Executed. I wanna go where the baddest girls are from. Hey. Something about that water tastes like fun. Yeah. Sweet on your tongue. I'm not such a gonna let them beep beep beep. On the day finally arrived for the plan to be executed. Everything went smoothly. Bye bye, cause it's your time to turn it up. For the girls, everything went smoothly. Don't let that beep beep beep. You and me, how we should be. Oh, how would they get them to hospital? One time for all my ladies, you looking good as what? So tell them back, it's your time to turn it up. I'm a ladies now. Ow, 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 let's get it down. Come on, dip your hip into it. I'm a ladies now. I just realized there's some part that I forgot to early one. Due to their illness. They exchange. Dude, this is why we proofread, people. Is it done? Hey, hey, hey. Go hit that counter gun. Okay, I feel like I need to mention and bring to attention the illness. And the problems that there are no way for you to explain without supervision. And with first chicken friends. Couldn't do as many performance tests. Sorry. Couldn't stand either corruption. Either um couldn't withstand the ether while secretly fixing the bamboo. every excursion before corrupting. What's in the glue? Yeah, cause I'm so damn high. I get everything you that you feeling for. I'm making moves school. Yeah, I'm making moves. Everything went smoothly. Actually, no, I don't want everything to go smoothly. When the day finally arrived for the plan to be executed, Percy's friend starting feeling especially started feeling persisted. Refusing to let Percy go alone. And feared that Bangu malfunctioned. There would be no way for someone else to fix it. If she wasn't there, if they weren't there, they weren't there. Don't get comfortable, cause in a minute now, I'm a go-go. So when the day finally arrived for the plan to be executed, Percy's friends started feeling very ill, but persisted in coming along, refusing to let Percy go alone, and feared that if the Bangboo malfunctioned, there would be no way for someone else to fix it if they weren't there. Right. Percy conceded. Despite being racked with worry, Percy conceded despite being racked with worry for her concern for her friend. Unfortunately, before they escaped, before they reached the edge of the hollow, Percy's friend collapsed. Succumbing to the effects of ether corruption. It's already eating at her body before they ventured out. I just gotta get out, go. Hey, up, go, go. Got it to go now, but it was wonderful seeing this type of content. I might recommend it. Thanks for streaming and showcasing your creative works. I wish you the best. God bless. Thank you. God bless you too. I wish you great things on your endeavors for your book. Write well. No writing block for you. To the effects of ether corruption that was already eating at her body before they ventured out. Already eating at her body before they ventured out. Put them on her back. Percy carried him. Hoping to like she let her from space. And tonight she got me wrapped around her finger so tight. If looks really cute, then baby show me the light. Lifting them on her back, Percy carried her friend out of the hollow, hoping to stumble upon someone. Hoping to stumble upon someone. To help them. As if her prayers were heard loud and clear. As if her prayers were heard loud and clear. Don't blink, don't talk too much, just listen. It's sweet, I get it, but I want something acidic. Don't think. Then I just might let you hit it. Oop. Shut down the whole place. Fingers so tight. Okay. I realized I didn't. Motion. Tell him to participate in praise to the Lord. He should sweet me, complete me. How my heart yearns for him. Is he far away? Is he okay? Help me, Lord. Baby. them so long to find. I'm tired of living like this. A squad of officers. That's where your wife is. A squad of officers. And swarm the two. Tell him I'm far, tell him I got brown eyes and a confident. Eh, oh, 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 oh. I will like a ring, I will like a ring, I will like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I will like a big shiny diamond. Talk about it. Got that I could ever doubt it. They say about it. This man is testing me. Help me. Yeah. Tell him that my grandma said it. Tell him grandma said it. Your husband is coming. Yeah. Hey. I will like a ring. I will like a ring. I will like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I will like a big and shiny diamond, 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 diamond. That is my husband. Love that song. Me got that rock and roll. Every single time. Me got that rock and roll. A hopeless romantic all my life, surrounded by couples all the time. I guess I should take it as a sign. Hey, I'm feeling lonely. Oh, I wish I had a lover that could hold me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical of love. But still I wanted more. I gave a second chance to Cooper. But now I'm left to feeling so bad. Oh, the way he makes me feel the love is surreal. Cupid is so dumb. I look for his errors every day. I guess they got lost or threw away. Ways, November, say, hey, now I'm so lonely. I wish I had a love like you on me. Now I'm crying in my room, so skeptical of blue. Safe repairs are loud and clear. A squad of officers approach the outside edge and swarm the two. Gun in hand. Armed and aimed. Armed and aiming. There's leader commanded to stand down. Commanded them to stand down. The squad leader commanded them to stand down. And I'm left there feeling stupid. The love is real. Cupid is so tough. Cupid Escort the commander to stand down. And inspected. Before snatching. Snatching is that the right word? Feels like let's do the two before taking them to the and don't you know sweet to a hospital care facility. And don't you know sweet things now that I'm without you. Before they were whisked away. Now that I'm without you. Before they were whisked away. Oh, Percy informed who she assumed to be the leader. About the experiments, and about everything, okay? About everything. My goodness. Like, what else? What wouldn't she tell the leader, honestly? She just went through an entire... She just escaped an entire facility where she's been experimented on for the past 3 months, and narrowly escaped and survived at the same time. Like, what wouldn't she tell this leader? Who assumed to be the leader? Everything. Let's just say everything. Emphasizing the emergency, emphasizing the importance, urgency. Emphasizing the urgency of action. Of she's soon to be the leader. Everything emphasizing the urgency in her voice. Came to the rest of the children left behind in need of help. Storyline. Alright, guys, we're getting somewhere. Okay. So, before there was story, Percy informed who she assumed to be the leader, everything emphasizing the urgency in her voice when it came to the rest of the children left behind in need of help. Children in need of help who were left behind. Was that just a nightmare? Different dimensions, stuck in the twilight zone. Is this a black and white scene? If so, then I'm in the gray one. Hope you went for perspective, 'cause I had you completely wrong. Emphasizing the urgency in the voice. Okay, we're left behind. Arriving at the hospital. And my goodness, I can't spell. I keep writing Fearin and not friend, and I don't know how to feel about that. Percy's friend. Laid unconscious. In the hospital bed. I mean, if she's unconscious, it's obvious that she's unresponsive. I feel like that's kind of redundant for me to say that. Arriving at the hospital, Percy's friend was laid. I'm just gonna say it. Laid unconscious in the hospital bed. With no sign of waking anytime soon. Percy prayed. For her friends. Fast recovery. Percy prayed for her friend's fast recovery. Okay, I feel like I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's so strange. Sometimes I just can't believe you. I wonder how I want this to go. Because they're now at the hospital. They don't know what's going on back at the base. They're hoping no, I think it's best. They're already at the hospital. They're assuming that the authorities that they confided in is currently rescuing the rest of the children. Once you play God, once you play God, they're gonna crumble one by one. Then we go around into the sun. Baby, we're Actually, I forgot that there's a little bang boo next to them. Oh, now I have to go back. So, the bang boo. Leading them through the hollow. That's fine. And then it's like before that, as if her prayers were loud and blah blah blah, aiming at them, commanded them to stand down. I'm gonna say the bang boo had in an unmoving. The bang boo chooses to in a feeble attempt to protect them. I think, yeah, this should be it. The bamboo. Sure. Shielded the two in a feeble attempt to protect them. Stand down, inspected. The two. I mean, would they... Oh, okay. Let's say, right? They take the two, but they take the bamboo to lead them back to the base. You wanna get wild? Okay, I'll show you wild. Better come right, better luck trying, get into a level. Cause you might die, never the time, trying to start a battle. Bleeding is in my blood. Dollars up, beating you is what I do. Yeah, body and not even. When you pull up a little late to the party, la 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 la. There ain't no winning, avoiding it. I know it a bit, la bitch. Back ya. Locking you up like a lullaby. Hear that song in your mind. Okay, inspected the two before taking them to a hospital. In response, run, we run the town. In response, the leader asked for the bamboo to lead them. Lead them to the base. Knock you out like a lullaby. Percy was reluctant, but if it got them faster to the place, she was willing to let go. You going somewhere. Faster to the place, she was willing to let go. Let the bamboo go. Temporarily. First for class recovery and for the children left behind to be saved. To be saved. Two stars was doing, but they never tell myself. Okay, I'm thinking, right? Percy is taking care of her friend in the hospital for maybe about a week. On the last day, her friend gets a seizure. Her friend gets a seizure. She's pushed out of the room. While she was waiting to be let in, she kind of like walked out of the hospital. And that's when she spots her bamboo. Barely functioning, like barely alive. Desperately crawling to the hospital. But it's like, how would they know? How would they know how to get to the hospital? How would the Bangbu know how to get to the hospital? I guess let's just say like they wandered, right? Let's just say like they wandered. Okay, they wandered, got to the thing. They're praying for the death of a rock star. Okay, so they wandered, they got to, they're crawling. Percy sees in the distance, goes to the Bangbu. The Bangbu gives them the recording chip, I guess. The recording disc. She finds an old, like, she carries the Bangbu back to the hospital, finds a TV, puts it on, watches the massacre ensue. No, no, no. Okay, I don't want that to happen. So instead of that, I want it to be where, okay, she gets to the Bangbu out in the distance, and then before its last breaths, it plays the recording. Because, okay, so they had put on a recording. So before Percy and them left, she had pressed the recording button on the Bangbu. So when she found the Bangbu back again, he played the recording, and then she heard the massacre of all the children dying. And then that's when she knew, oh, they killed everybody. Okay, 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 okay. Guys, I'm cooking. Guys, I'm cooking. Okay. Okay. Percy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's see. Before that, da, 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 da. Percy was at her friend's bedside for a week. And on the last day, her friend ceased. Nurses pushed her out of the room. Pushed her out of the room while waiting for things to die down. No, 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 no. Guys, I'm lying. Guys, I'm lying. Guys, I'm lying. I'm gonna make it more tragic. Guys, I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm lying. I'm lying. And on the last day, decided to stay for a week. She decided that she needed fresh air. She decided to take more tragedy. Yes, more tragedy. More tragedy. I need more tragedy. She needed fresh air, so she decided to take. Welcome to the stream, Angular. Right, welcome to the stream. I'm currently in the flow state. The she needed fresh air, so she decided to take a walk. So she decided to take a walk. Oh, what else? Oh yes. And on her walk, she spotted a small figure stumbling and tripping on its way. Curious, she walked closer and recognized it to be her bamboo. She had sent away. Sent away. I actually want her bamboo to die. So I was thinking, right? I want her bamboo to die, and then she ends up getting a different bamboo just in tribute to. It's like in memory of her old bamboo. So yes, and I'm already thinking. Of the logo, and it's gonna be like her old bamboo. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. She walked closer and recognized it to be her bamboo, who she has sent away. Goodness me. Yeah, like the amount of like death. Yeah. She walked closer and recognized it to be her bamboo, who she has sent away. Give her something happy in her life. Yeah, that's when she meets the proxy, which is like 11 years later. So I think, well, no, maybe 14 years later. Nearly 2 decades, you know? It's okay. It's okay. Maybe a decade and a half. Oh, who she had sent away. Percy. And I thought the early drafts was tragic. I told you. I wasn't touching the surface. Like I told you I wasn't touching the surface. Oh goodness, you're right. I never wrote Honda to meet Proxy. You're right. You never did, but that was the thing. Did you have Percy in mind when you, because I don't think you had Percy in mind when you made the OC. So it's fine if you didn't write it originally. Percy. Return to her officer. She foolishly placed her trust in. She's giving the character trauma because that's what she looks for in a partner. No! That's not true. Who was meant to be personally returned to her by the leading officer she placed her trust in. Thank just barely on. Finally buckles under the weight. It's exhaustion. All the people you sim for have trauma. That's not true. That can't be true. That that can't be true. that that can't be true. That's I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of one character that doesn't have trauma. Uh I mean everyone has trauma, you know. Everyone has trauma. Everyone has baggage, you know? Who doesn't? Who doesn't? So I think I, you know, I sim for people who are human, you know? But really meeting the ground. I think I should. Or bang boo. Feeling a soft but weighted thump in her lap. I don't. Others don't. No, everyone has a life changing. Not everyone has a life changing backstory. That's not true. Every event that you go through is life changing. I mean, it literally changes your life, either minuscule or pretty large. I think you might be underestimating, life changing things. You never know. You never know. But weighted lap. So far, I only have 3 pages, which isn't a lot, to be honest. Uh, and I haven't even got into the present story, which I'm like a lot more clearer on. Features are being with time, feeling a soft but weighted thump in her lap. Tears. Her eyes. Over. If she let it. My life changing backstory I gave him was a literally unemployment. I think that's okay. I think my life changing is, it might be a little sad, but it's necessary. It's necessary. I feel like it's necessary. Or Bang Boo in its last breath. Play the secret recording. Percy had started before they parted ways. In it, Percy heard an officer and their squad infiltrating. Very necessary trust. Absolutely. So you get it. So you get it. Anna and Percy heard the leading officer and their squad infiltrating the base. Witnessing the atrocities that laid within. The fighting pit. Also, you see, forgive me if this is a little rude, but when I'm editing, I notice that your audio is quite lower than other clips I've seen before. Is there a reason you set the volume this way? I'm not sure. This is gonna sound very, very inexperienced, but I don't watch my VODs back because I find myself very embarrassing. And so I don't watch my VODs back. If I was editing like a short or if I was editing like a full-blown video, then as I'm editing, I would hear myself back and I would have no choice. But with live streams, I don't hear it back, so I actually don't hear how low I am. I think I'd rather stay here. Maybe, okay. Maybe, is this louder enough? Is this louder enough? I feel like, because I don't want to hurt anybody's eardrums, and then if I go too loud, I don't want it to, like, spike out. So that was, I guess, I don't know. Like, if you're talking about my voice audio, or if you're talking about the music in the background. Because the reason why I don't usually have music in the background is because they love to copyright me. Oh yes, that is good. Okay, okay. This is the new setting now. Witnessing the atrocities that laid within the fighting pit. The makeshift labs. The children. And the pages. And the library. Recommended voice audio, yes. It being a little loud is better than it being a little low because downscaling in audio yields more quality than upscaling. Oh, I see. I have learned much. You're fighting pit, blah blah blah. Librarian. It is a voice. Shifted. Suddenly, she hears him say, "Burn everything. We're taking the research. He can't Like how it's easier to shrink an image rather than enlarging an image because enlarging would cause it to blow up and get blurry. Oh. Okay, I see, I see, I see. I can afford to let this out. Public. Will be enraged. No. Cool. And make sure to take out the bingo too. Here. Be walking evidence. It's fun how you were mad at having to write an essay for school, but is writing one now. I was more mad about the fact that it was a boring topic. If it was a really interesting topic, then I would have been all set for it. But it was such a boring topic that I'm just like, ugh, what is school even for? Thank God it was double space. Learn everything we're taking. You can afford to let this out. The public will be enraged. What they don't know won't hurt them. Only make sure to take out the bingo. Can't let it be walking evidence. Percy is indeed very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. I especially like her background. Because it's like, it's just, I can add so much tragedy to it. And it's like, it'll just be more motivations for what I'm planning for her. It's gonna be so good. The sound of an abrupt halt at the sound of a bullet. Who responsible? Justice. Corrupt. Hollow within. Yes. Holy genocide that took a turn. Right? Genocide. Genocide. In, fictional worlds, not reality. Percy's heart sank. she thought to be stroke of luck. Ended up becoming worst scenario possible. All them potential OCs looking up at you right now with the cat face. No, literally, I'm just like, trust. I think Percy has the worst of it though. I've I've given like really bad trauma to a lot of my OCs. One of them even has like possible Stockholm syndrome, maybe, and like a really weird age gap. Like I have questionable OCs, and I have like really like, yeah, like there's no way you're living right now OCs. And then I have like the ones that are just like, oh, their family member died, or their cat died, or they maybe got kicked out of school or kicked out of their home. Obviously those aren't, small events to pass over, but they're definitely a lot less tragic than, let's say, Percy. My OC should kiss me in the cheek for giving them peaceful lives. Yeah, they should be grateful that unemployment is all they got. Like, you could have had worse. You could have had worse. You could have been Euxes. Now I'd be like, I think they would have had a lovely time, would have had an amazing time with me, in my opinion. To be sure that I end up the worst scenario possible. And Percy. Percy stopped the recording. She carried her beloved Bang Boo back to the hospital. Unsure of how to breach the news? I legit thought for an hour, trauma. Goodness me, I hate unemployment. I hate financial instability. When I think of trauma, I'm just like, who should I kill around them after they've already gotten super attached? Like, they finally get everything they've ever wanted, only for it to get snatched away completely. Like, how can I really emphasize the tragedy of this? And then, a star is born. Of how to unsure of how to not breach, tell the news. Unsure of how to reveal. She is greeted one of the nurses. Softly informs her of her friend's passing. As if the last pin was removed from the container of emotions welling up inside. She burst into tears, spilling out all the tragedy, grief, and loss she's felt up till now. Yes. And loss she's felt up to now. Okay, let's run it back. And it feels like an eternity since I heard you here with me. Okay, so let's actually run it back and see what we have. Okay, so Percy's parents' boutique. Okay, so Percy's parents' boutique is a front that Persephone didn't know about. Persephone's parents actually worked in research and development, specializing in alternative energy resources at Helios Academy. Helios experimenting was 100% consensual on both Persephone's and her parents, and despite Percy not knowing that her parents knew, pure blood versus mixed blood concept. You have the pure bloods were known to be strict, straightforward, and one-track minded, which brought about the rumors of their offsprings, inevitably following in their footsteps regardless of differing ideologies or ambitions. This down the line was seen as a curse and less of a strength. Mixed blood were the complete opposite, being viewed as free, ambitious, and trendsetters. Since they weren't tied to one bloodline, they could be anything they preferred. Therefore, they became valued as a group called generalists, praised for their many talents and lack of need for one specialty. Pure bloods were less likely to get a job since they didn't have anything else they were interested in besides their specialty, nor experience as they were raised that way. On the other hand, mixed bloods struggled to stay in one place and would often cut corners in places that a pure blood wouldn't. The pure mixed debacle was what motivated Persephone to accept attending at Helios Academy and undergoing the experiments. She strived to outgrow her parents' looming shadows that seemed to eclipse her hopes and dreams. During the fall of the old capital, Eridu's leaders blew up 14 Shuyu pillars in its path, creating a huge ravine, a scar marked forever. As Persephone was trying to escape the rubble with the help of her technologically advanced bamboo that she received as a gift after the succession of her first experimental trial, she and her bamboo got caught up in the explosion fallout and fell into the ravine. She awoke and for the next 3 days struggled to survive in Hollow Zero with exceedingly high ether aptitude that was a challenge for Percy to breathe in. She was soon discovered by survivors of the old capital. Thinking that she was saved, happily followed them where she believed to be outside of the hollow, but quickly discovered that she was a guinea pig to poke and prod at to begin tests and experiments, which caused her to have extreme sensitivity to ether instead and supercharged her body's electromagnetic field that affected the etheric matter around her. Percy's actually didn't explore that. I did not explore that. She's literally like a weapon of war. And I did not explore that. Should I? Okay, because if they're creating these really highly advanced subjects, it's like, how are they suppressing them if they know that they're strong? If they know that the subjects are stronger than them, and they could literally overpower these scientists that have like no military experience, like no fighting experience really. Should I add a microchip that could explode at the press of a button? Should I pull a buy? And that's what they feared would happen if they got out of line. Mental blocks, even Ambi has a mental block. I guess, yeah. I think the mental torture is enough to like kind of, yeah, okay. I don't need to put bombs in their necks, I guess. Okay. Maybe the mental block is okay. They don't need bombs in their necks. Okay. Uh Percy wasn't the only subject held cap. Don't you mean Soldier 11? I mean Soldier 11 and both Anby have mental blocks. Uh but specifically Soldier 11 I think yes has more of a mental block than Ambi. But I thought it was like all all Soldier Zero type prototypes had that mental block where their memory are the first thing to go. I think I'm just gonna continue. Percy wasn't the only subject held captive. There were about 150 subjects, all children smuggled from search and rescues organized by X. And to test the performance of the experiments, they were forced to battle each other in the pit, which was the ravine created by the 14 Pillars explosion. Battling in a high ether level environment, along with the stakes of dying by your opponent, created extreme levels of stress that would cause expectant chemical reactions to the brain to expand new ways to resist death and new ways to battle corruption. But the subjects never lived long enough for an entertaining result. To better adapt and traverse the rough terrain of the destructed land, they genetically modified them to form unnatural physical enhancements to their body. Percy's toenails were replaced with refined porcelain alloy. This part in particular, I don't know how they're going to get the porcelain alloy when you can only find porcelain in the Lemnian Hollow, which doesn't arrive until later. If not, Ambi would have killed them all long ago. Ambi was the exception because they are all clones of her. No, Ambi was the original clone. Um, they're not clones of her. They're like she was just the original clone. So it's just clones of a clone of a clone. If that makes sense. Her lower body doubling in strength and prowess, her sense of smell heightened, her appetite, well, my goodness. Her appetite grew twice her body weight. However, there are always drawbacks to a positive. Her eyesight became nearsighted, her nostrils were constantly overrun by the sensitivity in which she could smell, giving her dizzy spells and nausea. feel like I just didn't expand on the previous statements. I really could have, if I wanted to. Mm, but it's like I didn't want to get too much into the battles because it's just like that wasn't the whole point, I guess. And like her newfound powers, she doesn't really refine them until like way after. Maybe Void Hunter. Yeah, I saw a theory about that as well. That Ambi is the clone of Sunbringer. Um, and that would kind of make sense. Cause when you, cause that's the thing. What Hoyoverse likes to do is they like to put their trump cards or very lore heavy characters as the thumbnail of their games. You have Paimon for Genshin Impact, Kiana Kaslana for Honkai Impact 3rd. You have for Honkai Star Rail, it's March, and for Zenless, it's Anbi. And if I recall from the last three, they're all super lore heavy. And they all have some sort of secret. So I would not put it past Ambi being a clone of a Void Hunter. Yeah, the mascot curse. Oh. Subjects were kept in twos and cells with little to no sustenance given. Percy's cellmate was her first and best friend amongst the children. Her cellmate was the apprentice of a mechanical engineer before the disaster. She befriended her after sewing up the remains of her tattered clothes from a battle they had nearly won due to their illness. They exchanged their knowledge they obtained from their time as an apprentice as a way of thanks. Percy informs her cellmate that her Bang Boo was somewhere within the ravine and if found and fixed could get them out of here. The problem was that they had no way of freely exploring without supervision, and with their friend's condition, couldn't withstand the ether while secretly fixing the Bang Boo during every excursion before corrupting. Miraculously, during Percy's next performance test, she finds her Bang Boo just barely functioning. Percy smuggles the Bang Boo back to the base with the help of her cellmate, repairs the Bang Boo slowly but surely. One day, one of the children came back from their test and relayed that they overheard the adults talking to an officer who seemed to inquire about what was going on. The adults seemed apprehensive, which led to the child to believe that if they contact them somehow, maybe they can all be saved. Percy and her friend decided then that when they fix the Bang Boo, they'll make it out and contact the outside authorities to help the rest of the kids escape. They collaborated with the rest of the children there to plan a strategic distraction to help them get out to execute the plan. When the day finally arrived for the plan to be executed, oh my goodness, I can't speak. Percy's friend started feeling very ill, but persisted in coming along, refusing to let Percy go alone, and feared that if the Bang Boo malfunctioned, there would be no way for someone else to fix it if they weren't there. Percy conceded, despite being racked with concern for her friend, and slipped out of the base amongst the commotion, the Bang Boo leading them through the hollow as planned. Unfortunately, before they reached the edge of the hollow, Percy's friend collapsed, succumbing to the effects of ether corruption that was already eating at her body before they ventured out. Lifting them on her back, Percy carried her friend out of the hollow, hoping to stumble upon someone to help them. As if her prayers were heard, my goodness, were heard loud and clear, a squad of officers approached the outside edge and swarmed the two, armed and aiming at them. The Bang Boo shielded the two in a feeble attempt to protect them. Their squad leader commanded them to stand down and inspected the two before taking them to a hospital. Before they were whisked away, Percy informed who she assumed to be the leader everything, emphasizing the urgency in her voice when it came to the rest of the children in need of help who were left behind. In response, the leader asked for the Bang Boo to lead them to the base. It sounds like he's talking to Bang Boo, but I think either way, It'll be fine. Percy was reluctant, but if it got them faster to the place, she was willing to let the bamboo go temporarily. Arriving at the hospital, Percy's friend laid unconscious in the hospital bed with no sign of waking anytime soon. Percy prayed for her friend's fast recovery and for the children left behind to be saved. Percy was at her friend's bedside for a week. She needed fresh air, so she decided to take a walk. And on her walk, she spotted a small figure stumbling and tripping on its way. Curious, she walked closer and recognized it to be her bamboo, who she had sent away. Percy rushed over to her bamboo, who was meant to be personally returned to her by the leading officer she placed her trust in. The bamboo, just barely hanging on, finally buckles under the weight of its exhaustion. Nearly meeting the ground with a loud thud, Percy reaches her bamboo in time, feeling a soft but weighted thump in her lap. Tears pulled around her eyes, threatening to spill over if she let it. Her bamboo, in its last breath, played a secret recording Percy had started before they parted ways. In it, Percy heard the leading officer, no, recording. The bamboo had started before they parted ways. And I want it to be where, when they asked for the bamboo, asked for the bamboo to lead them to the base. Percy was reluctant, but if it got them faster to the place, she was willing to let the bamboo go temporarily. Okay. Yes, I want the bamboo to be the one who was suspicious of them all along. And it's like, Percy, okay. So that's more guilt. Who are the officers, by the way? Usually those operating in Hollow Zero, since this is fresh Hollow Zero, would be Obsidian Division. Okay. I'm going to add that to my notes. Clifton, blah, 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 blah. Storm the Sioux. Ambush shielded the two and a feeble, blah, blah. I'm gonna highlight this. Da, 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 da. Okay. A secret recording. The bamboo had started before they parted ways. In it, Percy heard the leading officer and their squad infiltrating the base, witnessing the atrocities that laid within, the fighting pit, the makeshift labs, the children, and the library research documented. When the officer discovered the research, his voice shifted. Yes. Suddenly, she hears him say, "Burn everything. We're taking the research. We can't afford to let this out. The public will be enraged. What they don't know won't hurt them. Oh, and make sure to take out the bamboo too. Can't let it be walking evidence." What she hears next is stuff of nightmares. The cries and pleas of the adults and friends, all coming to an abrupt halt at the sound of a bullet piercing their flesh. The people who were responsible for bringing about justice were just as corrupt as the hollow within. Percy's heart sank, and still her tears did not fall. She didn't have the will to overcome her utter shock at how things ended up. What she thought to be a stroke of luck ended up becoming the worst scenario possible. The recording was still ongoing, and Percy stopped the recording. She carried her beloved bamboo back to the hospital, unsure of how to reveal what happened to her friend. Unsure of how to reveal what happened to her friend. She then is greeted with one of the nurses who softly informs her of her friend's passing. And I'm going to... As if the last pin was removed from the container of emotions welling up inside, she bursts into tears, spilling out all the tragedy, grief, and loss she's felt up till now in a blood-curdling scream. And I think that's... It was then she vowed to have her revenge. Revenge. Yes, guys, I'm setting Percy on a revenge arc. So, you know how I had like Percy be like this, oh, very secluded, not secluded, but very like reclusive type of character where it's just like she doesn't want to get involved, she don't want to hurt nobody, she just kind of wants to live in a traumatized home, being traumatized every day. Yeah, I decided bump that. I actually want her to be Proxy's enemy, who disguises herself as an ally, in the beginning, because when she realizes that the Proxy is connected to the people who who were responsible for everything that had happened, uh, she started using the Proxy in order to get her revenge, which is basically taking everyone down with her. Uh, and by the power of friendship, she was convinced to go on the path of redemption. You know, don't don't make this choice that you won't be able to turn back from, um because you'll regret it, you know? Not only will you die potentially, you won't even be able to live pretty much after. Like, you haven't really been living. You've been so stuck in the past. And this is a lot better of a portrayal of being shackled by the past. This is so much better. And this is giving a lot more meaning to the broken chain, because she's breaking the cycle of grief, loss, and destruction. And the shackles have less of a meaning of slavery and more of a meaning of redemption, of renewal. So, yes! Yes! It is finally away from slavery and more about the renewal of the spirit. Let's go! Oh, we finally got to the point, guys. We finally got to the point. Um, Now we're finally at present day, guys. Present day. Yay. Let's go. Okay. La 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 la. I'm not going to talk about I'm not going to go too into depth how Percy was able to get her boutique. I feel like that's completely irrelevant, and it's never gonna really, it's like it's not really important information, really. I think her past and her present is enough, and whatever people make up in between, sure, that's canon. Whatever people make up in between, that's canon. Go ahead. Present day. Yes, finally we're at present day. In her opening a boutique. Renowned. Oh, renowned all through New Eridu. Great. The notes. sense. On to her real schemes. She plotted in the background. Actions wherever she could. And to take down Tops? Is it Tops? And every government official, and every corrupt government official. Somewhere. I have to look up Gossamer again. Something extremely light, delicate, and sheer like a fine spider web. Used for veils and decor. For translucent or ethereal. The term also describes ultralight, old video gear, a large furry monster character. Yes, this is beautiful. Guys, I have the faction name. Tell me if you guys like it. Wait, just trying to make sure. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Veils and Gossamer. And there we go. Pretty long name. And Victoria's housekeeping isn't? uh okay, I said corrected. But do you like it? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Veils and Gossamer, let's go. Her boutique, Veils and Gossamer, an apt name for the role. Her boutique, Veils and Gossamer, an apt name for the role her boutique played in the grand scheme of her making. Name to the public, her name was Persephone Webb. She was name, codename Crown to her. Right, right. Like you see the flow state happening. Like you can clearly see that I was waiting to get to the present because that's when like everything gets really there. Backstory and all that stuff. Like I don't mess with that for real, for real. I'm just like it's all about the present because I'm only thinking about the present. But to her VIP, she was Wolf Fighter, a codename crowned to her by one of her most trusted allies. Ooh, guys, I'm so excited. Guys, it's actually sounding so peak. Okay, Persephone ended up following her parents' footsteps. The wolf who weaves ethereals. So you get it. So you get it. So you get it. Persephone ended up following her parents' footsteps, opening a boutique renowned all through New Eridu. Unbeknownst to her, she was alike to them in the fact that the boutique was just a passion front to her real schemes. She plotted in the background, making connections wherever she could to draw out a plan to take down tops and every corrupt government official her webs of gossamer caught. Her boutique, Veils and Gossamer, an apt name for the role her boutique played in the grand scheme of her making, was the perfect cover-up for every secret message imbued into her dresses for a specific clientele within her web of connections. To the public, her name was Persephone Webb, but to her VIP, she was Wolf Spider, a code name crowned to her by one of her most trusted allies. Whoo, whoo. One fateful night. She couldn't. couldn't better her nightmares. Which was every night. One fateful night when she couldn't better her nightmares, which was every night. Yes, hey, which was every night. Percy was looking out. Percy was looking out to that had happened. And all she has done. That forever she expected Kindle. Oh my goodness, I can't type. No. No. Okay, so as Percy was looking out to the vast night, remembering all that had happened and all she had done, that fervor she expected to rekindle like a sparkling flame. A little more than she expected. Died a little more than she wanted. She started questioning whether what she is doing will relieve her in the end. Before she could fully convince herself, one fateful night, which was every night, is kind of comedic, though it's okay if you intended it that way. Yeah. uh, Before she could fully convince herself, just basically saying like every night is a horrible night. There's nothing special about this. Questioning whether what she is doing, will relieve her in the end, and before she could fully convince herself, she heard the crunch of a dead leaf. Not bothering to know. Identify. She vanished. Da, 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 da. The next day, a petite but adorable enters her boutique. Her receptionist greeting new customer first. As always, I have to add in Bear, which is Heroes OC. Is that Belle? Yes. Enters her boutique. No, I should put both of them because it's just like I really don't know who they're playing. Because the reason why Belle and Wise end up going to the boutique is they have to attend a very important, um, a very important event. It's like a ball, um, where all the big shots are, and pretty much they have to dress the part. And Nicole suggested Vale and Gossamer because I made every outfit so far. So what can I say? What can I say? Yes, yes. What can I say? So a slim but refined young man enters her boutique. Um, I think this is a receptionist Bear greeting the new customer first, as always. Uh, first, he didn't pay any mind. As customers are frequent. Wasn't anything killer that striked her to have conversation with them. Striked her to converse with them. That was until she heard their reason for arrival. A reason for commission. An event which she had she had no time. She had no time. So an event which she had no companion. to go with. Ooh, I think I'm gonna have either or. Either or, because she needs a companion, and then one of the siblings are going to stay home because this is like a mission that they're doing. So Penny to go with. An event which required a +1. She had no companion to go with. Delighted at the stroke of luck. Bestowed to her. He interjects. There's conversation with them. Signaling Bear to attend to other duties. Other tasks. As Bear leaves to attend to other duties. Percy greets her new ally. New victim? Her new pawn? I'm gonna say pawn. Her new pawn to play. Percy greets her new pawn to play. Adds them to a private studio to take their measurements. Oh, okay. As Bear leaves to attend to other duties, Percy greets her new pawn to play and guides them to a private studio to take their measurements. And then after that, I think during the whole measuring, the whole measuring process, Percy would like, wait a dang minute. I know this format. Wait, which format is it? Because this is like a pretty not niche. It's a pretty common format. Oh yeah, yes. I'm making a patch about Percy. This is yes. Thank you. What can I say? Yes, more praise. That's what the present is. I'm making a patch about Percy. At first, I was gonna have it be like one of those one-off events, like how Astra was, but I gotta make it a main event. I got to. Because I've been thinking about this for a very long time. I don't want Percy to be a good guy in the beginning. Because it's like, yes, she is misunderstood. And yes, she has a resting face. And yes, she's kind on the inside, really. But I want the player to be conflicted. I want them to feel like, damn, you used me. Like, dang, like, You really did that. Or, dang, you really part of the gang. Like, for real, for real. But it's like, you would think that she's very mean, but she's actually a very nice person. Like, she's really kind hearted. But it's because of what happened to her and her circumstance that she just chose different decisions to go about it. And it's like she's a lot more complex. And I love that. I love that. It adds more complexity to her because despite her kind heart, she still holds resentment. And that type of resentment, no matter how kind you are, just doesn't get relieved um until you actually do something about it. And it depends on how you go about doing something about it. It's that action that really really matters. And that's where the proxy comes in, where it's a whole bunch of disaster befell them, but look at where they are now. They're making friends. They're, you know, they're building towards something better, you know? Whereas Percy, yes, she made friends, but it's like it's in the dark. And if we're really putting it on the table, they wouldn't really lay down her life. They wouldn't lay down their life for her. They would pretty much betray her in a heartbeat if it benefited them. If she seemed weak even once, they would devour her. Like, it's one of those type of relationships. She doesn't really have anyone. And it also solidifies and justifies her working relationship with Jane. Um because yes, Jane is an officer, but Jane still needs connections in order to understand her missions and her prey. So while she does know stuff about no while she does know Percy, she doesn't know everything about Percy. She just knows that she has the information. So Janie's like, you're not my target, therefore I'm not interested. Not interested. It's like one of those type of relationships. And then Percy is the same thing. You and me have a mutual understanding, but we're not prying in each other's lives. It's one of those things. And then it also makes her, if I were to make it a love story, her love story with Seth a lot more complicated because of who she was. You know what I mean? Because he's a cop and he has like this whole sense of justice and everything. He would 100% probably like break up with her. Probably break up with her and be like, oh, like I just not in good conscience. But I mean, I mean, I need to pee. I need to pee. Yeah, he's a cop. Like he's a whoop whoop. Yeah. Huh. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to make this. Trying to do right by you guys. I'm trying to do right by Percy because I realize I've been half butting her like for a while and I really need to get into it like actually. Um Greets a new pawn to play and guides them to a private studio to take their measurements. A million scars. What is one more? What is one more? See, that's the mentality. That's the mentality that OCs, that your OCs would hate. They'd be like, "What? No, please let me go." Yeah, yeah, yeah. My goodness. All right. Uh, while their measurements, Percy begins to work them, charming her way to a Charming her way. You see dragging her to the pits of character development, canon events, and after-canon events like the merciless cosmic higher dimensional entity that she is. Listen, 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 listen. Like, you're doing too much. Like, I'm not like this higher dimensional entity. Like, well, actually, I am portraying as one. Yeah, I am an angel. I guess it is like higher dimension and like levels of. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But we can't forget our Lord and Savior God. He's the reigning sovereign. Yes. Yeah. Charming her way to an invitation. She makes to be there entirely. The switch up. Charming her way to an invitation she makes her pawn to believe was their idea entirely. Feigning truthfully, not conveying, but that she received invitation as a gift from one of her clients for a dress she had made. Purposefully hiding the, I'm gonna say concealing because it's a lot better. She was on the list of VIP. Okay. For truthfully revealing that she received an invitation as a gift from one of her clients for a dress she had made, but um, but purposefully concealing the fact that she was on the list of VIP anyways. And the gift was more delivery. Oh, da, 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 da. She's a snake for real. No, for real. But since she had no +1 to go with, which was a requirement, she could not attend alone. Like hook and sinker. Hook and sinker. Harpon took the bait. Yes. And graciously offered to be your +1. Okay. So after the measurements, right? After the measurement, after Percy took their measurements, she thanked her newfound partner profusely. She thanked her newfound partner profusely. Making sure to look as pitiful as possible. Oh, possible. No, maybe not pitiful. I think grateful is it. Because she is a high-end boutique, so it's just like, what does she need to look pitiful for? I think grateful would be more likely. Because this is like an expansion of her clientele. That's pretty much the premise that she's giving. Like, this would be a really great opportunity for me to branch out and have more clientele from genuine. Maybe genuine is a better word, yeah. People are coming from all over New Eridu and outside, and it's like this is a chance for her to get foreign clients and to pretty much expand her business. So if you put it like that, you're you know, you're doing her a really big favor. And so she would be deeply indebted to you. Let's see. Uh, maybe just as genuine as possible. Whew. Uh, uh, a beautiful, a beautiful and regal dress that will rival even the host. Okay. After that, she thanked her newfound partner for blah 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 and promising a beautiful and regal dress or suit that will rival even the host. I think I also want her to slip up a little bit because how would she know the host if she was gifted this invitation? But then it could also be a dismissible mistake because it's just like you would think the host would look like the host, like they planned the party. They would want to look the best dressed, and this is like an exaggeration of an assumption of I will make you look even better than the host herself. To just kind of like humbly, not even humbly, but like overtly say that you will look absolutely gorgeous. I will make the best for you. This, I'm super grateful. But it can also mean that you do know the host and that what you told me before wasn't actually the truth. So it's a layered slip up that could be easily swiped under the rug. Because I want there to be little hints, but not obvious. Da, 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 da. So I want time to pass by where you're not really interacting with her. I wonder what she's doing at the party though. I think that's one of the biggest things is I don't know what she's doing at the